Good evening, everyone. It is 9:01 p.m. Good evening, everyone. It is 9:01 p.m. here in Tokyo on uh,
Whatever the day is.
9:01 p.m. October
August.
August. Sorry, I was talking
You
about.
are sleepy.
I'm sorry, I was talking about October in work chat today, work meetings today.
Yeah.
Let me start over again. Good evening, everyone. It is August 8th, 2025, Friday, 9:01 p.m. here in Tokyo. I am your host, Richard Pocky Kim. Welcome to Pocky Tanks for Your Entertainment, episode 88. 7.3 MSQ! Yay! That's I couldn't think of a more fitting uh, title for the episode. So, 88, 7.3 MSQ, 25, 808. Not that anyone's watching right now because, because that's how my life is. That's fine. Give you a chance to just sit here and just rearrange things on my desk. Slash the Kotatsu. Hope folks are doing well today. Whether you're watching this on the VOD or if you're tuning in to the live stream. Um, yeah, we get the new MSQ. Hooray! So we find ourselves back here in Solution 9 in what my son calls a retro-looking place, which I don't get, but it's his point of view. So there we go. Um,
It's because Ava Plaza is blocking. I started to
I'm not.
Ava
I'm.
Crystal has a retro style.
You can believe whatever you want, Christopher. That's fine. Any case, we're gonna get to that in a second. No real news other than the fact that it's the MSQ, so let's give it a shot.
New MSQ.
So let's go ahead get Celeste to stop looking at her freaking phone.
Mom says the color scheme is retro-y.
I guess. People's opinions are what there are people's opinions.
It just has a bit of an 80s vibe, and I get where he's coming from, that's all. I can see it.
When I said retro, I meant blocky.
Yeah, but
Then say
retro doesn't mean blocky.
then say blocky, Christopher, not retro. Retro would be like you're not old enough to actually understand what retro really is, to be perfectly honest.
He's old enough to understand the concept of retro.
No, but not have his own sense of retro.
No, maybe.
You need to be at least a certain age to have, because retro is in reference to your own history, Christopher.
Well,
In some way, in many points, like you know, you know what? Actually, I give up. I give up. Disquieted citizen.
I think you're just a little sensitive to it because our childhood is now retro.
Yeah, well. All right. Hello, Tassos. How you been, man? Let's go ahead and.
What was the 80s like?
Oh, God. Uh,
It was a slower time, honestly, Christopher, because first of all, the modern internet did not exist.
true.
The internet existed, but only if you were a high power university or the military at that point. Computers existed, video games existed, but they were all the 8-bit systems at that point. Famicom, Nintendo, Sega, Master
Let
System.
me show you some TV shows so you can get a sense of it if you want. TV shows.
But a lot of things were bigger and blockier and heavier. Blockier in the sense of taking up more space, not blockier as in like cubes. Um,
Well, there was some of that too.
yeah, but not literally like cubism though. That's something else entirely. Um, but everything went slower because it took time to do things. You could not. There was very little that was instantaneous.
There were no cell phones.
Cell phones were very rare. Like if you
Cordless phones were rare.
If you had a cell phone, if you had an actual cell phone, that usually meant you were also extremely rich or worked for a big
And they
company,
were enormous.
and they were about this big because you had to have the full radio inside of it and everything. But the micronization of technology that hit in the 90s changed a lot of things. Even Nintendo, you remember, like you've seen that, grandma's place, the box was about this big, right? That was considered small for a computer device
Oh
at
yeah,
the
that was
time.
tiny when it came out.
The computer that I used when I was your age was twice as big as the boxes that we've got here in in height and such. Wow, explaining retro to my son, the 80s to my son. Um,
Sorry to make you feel
no, no,
old.
no, it's no. I always feel. I'm
Yeah,
49, Chris. I always feel
that's
old.
not new. Hey, Chris, come here.
But
I'll show you
your
something.
mom will show you some pictures. But like, yeah, everything took time because nothing was instantaneous. All right, well, while Katie shows Chris pictures of the 80s, you head to the back room. Hey, it's everyone.
All right, how much will it this?
Start over here and walk our way around.
Oh, okay.
Golson's helped us coordinate efforts with the administration here in Alexandria.
Put it in my pocket. Sweet.
We have to work hand in hand to ensure that the people get back to their normal lives.
Human hands.
I worry about Galul Jah, though. I know he's so frustrated that he couldn't do anything to stop the
Oh wait,
machines.
let's go again here.
If only there was some way to take his mind off things.
All right. This computer?
I will dedicate myself first to healing magics, so I may help treat my people. So I may help treat people's wounds. It will be a time-consuming process to reacquire my abilities, but a necessary one that I dare not rush.
Video games?
Even though there's no telling when Calyx will make his next move.
And run apps, all that stuff, right?
And the flashlight.
We've set up patrols outside, so I came back here to see how things are. Unfortunately, although we stopped the rampaging tower hover cargoes, now we have to deal with delays in electro transport and slowdowns in production. The complications will likely continue for some time.
Alright. Did you size this room? You happy this room is?
Ra and Alphanot patrol the city, while Ishtar and Yazelize continue treating Levin sickness and those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest.
Hey, mission control.
Yeah. This is a computer that helps
I couldn't fight them, and I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen.
is more powerful.
So what good am I? I need to find a way to be more useful.
That was the most
Oh,
powerful
kid, it's okay.
Um,
Targeted tragedy. Shale wishes for a moment of your time.
Yeah. So when Dad talks about micronization of computers, he's not joking.
If you have a moment, Celesta.
Hang on.
If you have a moment, Celesta. Geo wants to talk about the current crisis.
Back here.
Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas.
Back here.
Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas. So we'd like to lend your perspective to the conversation.
This is. Oh my gosh. Why?
Oh,
Princess of freaking
it's been a long day.
Oopsie. You see what I'm saying? The colors, the detail.
Oh.
Sorry to drag you to our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well.
Here.
First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions.
I don't know why it was all band photos, but here we are.
Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls.
Here's some 80s aesthetic, so you can really get it.
And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths.
In the middle of a city, in like New York City, with all the.
But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of resolves authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override with such impunity? Calix. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Flashback time. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrical technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts to the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatment for living sickness, designing Evercube's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations. Only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through a generational succession was outdated. That evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Yes. I need to get to the planet of the robots to get a robot body so I can live forever. Sorry, that's an old reference right there. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional diffusion, he wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw either from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold.
We're not giving it up.
If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down.
And hide the key. Somewhere else safe.
Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of the Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out.
Unless he's not there. Maybe he's hiding somewhere else. He just think he's hiding there. It's possible.
It is possible, Christopher. I don't know.
And it will be a very smart move.
Maybe. I'll help you. Excuse me. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that may lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers on my back. Count me in. Count me in. Ra and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Turiel. Alpha and Elise will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Celeste's group if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Good luck with your patrol, and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old sod. Sorry. Just when I think I've internalized better manners, Talking with the Geo brings back all the old bad habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. Don't be in a rush to grow up, kid. I need to see if there's any kind of techie shields. I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. The city looks like the city looks as though it's regained its blah 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 blah. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget the recent events. I've forgotten all the voices I did for these characters before. I don't remember how they sound in my head anymore, except for Geode for some reason. Oh. Sorry. I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? You alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest bleh. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people in making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future, back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me that you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh. Oh. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such a... Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such a... just... Wow, Richard, dang. Oh. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes. Yes. Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things that are important to me. I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure. Wow. So I laid claim to some small measure of skill. Well, the Pocky stutters for your entertainment. Jeez. If that's the case, it might be better we split the 2 groups after all. It's certainly more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the 2. Wow. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Celeste and I will take the east. So we're putting both casters on one side and both physical guys on the other? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Very well. We shall enter patrol on the plaza just past True View and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we can meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. This is new pop-up. Interesting. Alright, so they've updated some things with the tutorial and stuff. Cute. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. And maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Speen said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had to work next day. But once we were busy past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the first day I met Shell, although I guarantee she's forgotten her completely. Light-hearted citizen. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulators displayed their current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Oh god, that's true. Because people are going to panic and start attacking each other. Because human nature sucks. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, it's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what he meant. Until it happened. Celesta, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights our break out over the regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? Yes, that's it. That a victim of violence wasn't wearing a regulator. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about.
Meanwhile, in Tron...
With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks, and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not.
They look inside you and go red wall.
They get dry and they snap. Do you need minutes?
I have the wrong face though. I'll take it. It is the federal position.
Is there a thing called Tron?
Yeah.
Very, very much similar vibe.
It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hey, Anna. Oops. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties with regulators? 0. Well, that certainly seems to be definitely suspicious then, yeah. Goodness, excuse me. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to declaring the debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of explanation. But nothing else worthy of mention. Celesta, I think it's time we rejoin Krill and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Krill say to meet them in the plaza just outside the Tribune? Let's get going. That's that. Alright. Alright, Kudu. And they talk about what discussed and discovered. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed were malfunctioning machines that weren't wearing regulators? Who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed that regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for engineers wasn't wearing one either. Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calix has chosen those least blah blah blah. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to. Wow.
Least likely.
Yes, Christopher, thank you. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. You make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. You know, what of the dust found at the various sites? What is that dust? I hope it's not atomized people.
Why did you say that?
Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before?
Oh.
Do you recall we went to save Aaronville from the entries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us so much. That Usher Malachite told us much of the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
Wait. Has anyone seen Ellenville? Is Ellenville safe?
What?
Is Ellenville alive?
Yes, he's off doing other stuff right now.
Phew! Okay, good.
That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough. But the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Celesta, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They may be trying to hurt people again. I believe the members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go.
Yes, well. Yep.
Huh. That's not good.
What the heck? Well, that's messed up.
That.
Nice save, Dio.
Yeah, no kidding.
He basically.
That's not good. Oof.
武器は持っていないみたい。武装解除させたと言っていたものね。それでも人を襲えと命令を受けた。だから無理やり自分の体を使って。
近くを見てくれ。こっちは任せた。
I like how Dio doesn't put his gun down yet.
Yeah, well.
He is rightfully on edge.
Right now he is, because what just happened, so. No regulators.
他にこの塔でレギュレーターをつけていない人はいる？
イサドラさんのところも確か最近。
2人はイサドラさんのところへ。
Oh no.
私は活力なので、それよりイサドラさんを。
Sato isn't that safe. At least it seems.
Oh no.
お母さん、しっかりしてよ、お母さん。
Oh no. Oh
She's
god.
bleeding.
Yeah, she is, Christopher.
イサドラ。よかった。注射は外れてる。
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
ごめんなさい。私がもっと早く来ていれば。
But the fact that you got you at all is enough.
Yeah, exactly, Chris.
Hey, Chris, come here.
安心して。私が絶対に助けるからね。
It's a subway train, but it's Gengar. The Pokemon.
That is interesting.
It's fucking wild is what it is. I don't even know where that is.
ありがとう。フードのお姉ちゃん。
Thank you, hooded lady. Kid made his intelligence check, but made his intelligence check twice, so he knew it. And his wisdom check, I should say, rather.
Goggles.
お母さん、ずっとこのままなの。
Go.
今は寝てるだけ。しばらくしたら。
No longer serial sleep though.
Probably not that long, Chris. They haven't been wait. They would have mentioned waiting for a while if it had been the case.
ありがとう。お母さんの命をつないでくれて。
Pee.
Promise of Tomorrow.
Promise of Tomorrow.
That's
New
the,
title.
that's the name of this patch, Chris.
I am. Oh, okay.
That's
Maybe
just
I'll stop walking over to you.
She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did.
Same here.
When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. And I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. The endless choice. Wayakwe is fearful for her comrade. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over 8th door for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself.
This is a nice apartment.
It's a really big apartment. This place is bigger than our place, Chris.
Yeah. It's also really nice.
Like, our apartment would be about here. I think. If that even, man. I don't know. Scale is weird in video games. That man, this is awful. Why? Why is this happening? Is the doors going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion camera was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then, all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Cowards commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Waikwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was too late. Then Jude could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications.
Okay.
We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though. At least until we regain control of the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members are sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they can be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity.
So rude.
Waikoi has one too, so I'll ask her to keep killing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get looking. Pray thank your Malala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade and make sure no one else comes to harm. Alright, let's go. The Wayward Son. Please, Geode. Please be safe. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. That is the wrong way, Richard. I do love the sense of scale. This place just feels gigantic. Like,
And it's very high tech.
mm-hmm.
Don't see any flying vehicles yet.
What do you call that, Chris?
When I say flying vehicle, I mean cars and trucks.
Those are cars and trucks, Christopher. They're just very small because they're far away.
Oh. I mean, no wait. Well, of course, do you have one of those flying motorcycle things?
I don't have enough money yet, Chris.
Ah.
They cost way more money than I got. Let's search around the apartments first.
Good idea.
You see no sign of Geode. Waiko's voice crackles forth in the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. This is starting to feel... unfortunate. Surveying. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Uh-oh. Cutscene. Thanks for the resub, Lono. He doesn't have nearly as deep a voice as I gave him in English. This is the only place left. I'll try to go for that from now on. Morning, bro. She looks very relieved. Oh snap, they're disintegrating them.
して魂どころか肉体のエーテルまで吸い尽くしてやがる。
Oh, so that's why that explains for dust.
Yes, Christopher.
塵は人だったものの残骸だ。おそらく刑事は改造されてる。
Messed up.
They are not holding back for this last patch of this expansion. Well,
Now
of the
Geo
MSQ,
Angry.
I should say. Yeah, I would say that. I would say so. Oh Jesus. They're like zombies. Out of bullets? Really? Well, crap.
Pull your gun at it.
What he just did.
Oh, wait, no, it...
They're reasonably fast zombies too.
逃げるぞ。ここはもう。
Oh crap! The trap.
騙したのか。
Oh, holy crap. Oh, dude, this is not cool. Dude, no! Man!
Say goodbye to our captors.
Chris, this is, no, Chris.
Want us swoop in and save him.
I would be nice, Chris, but I have a bad feeling. Oh my god. Dude, I liked him. He was such a cool dude. What the...
あっちの塔にはいなかった。多分この先。
And our heroes don't know what happened yet because they were not on the communication. There's his gun. Oh my god. Nothing but... Sons of... Cripes.
残念だよ。最後にもう一体分持ち帰れるかと思ったんだけど。お前たちが来たからには諦めるしかなさそうだ。
Calyx.
カリウクス。君は何をしているの？何のためにこんなひどいことを。
5000人のトワビトを作り出すために必要なエーテル。お前だったらどこから調達する？
I wouldn't have to do this if you gave me the dimensional key.
どういうこと？
鍵を手にするまで 共造世界には頼らない。
Yep, there it is.
手近なところで済ませるしかない。
I'm not gonna enjoy defeating him, but I want to defeat him as fast as possible to stop all this BS. But he's gonna be the final. He's gonna be like one of the final bosses. So
7% をエーテルとして回収すれば5000人を問わびとかできる。 11% なら向こう800年は安定した稼働が見込める算段だ。
Silent Green is made of people. Well, apparently Silent Ether is made of people too, or Soylent rather.
どうせいずれは朽ちる肉体。永遠の生を選ばない以上、今エーテルに返しても一緒だよ。
But oh, that's even worse. You asshole.
時間も惜しいし、無駄な戦闘をするつもりはない。この機体じゃ結果は分かりきっているしね。ちなみに殺戮をやめると言えば鍵を渡してくれるのか。
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. That is the right answer. That is the right answer.
I'll give you. Delete you. I'll delete you.
You would only seek other victims, or I will heart your Chris.
I'm pissed.
Yes, Chris. Chris. Please calm down. Don't slam the doors open, okay?
Final Fantasy.
だろうな。我ながら頭の悪い質問だった。じゃあ仕事に戻るよ。お前から鍵を奪うのは大変なんだ。
Wow. This is... It may not be world-ending stakes, but this is definitely really high stakes now. Good gravy. So, since you didn't see this, honey, they turned our NPC buddy, the one who was like, oh, I have to change his voice. I was been doing you too deep. He sees an old man walking along, and the zombie bots are coming for him. He's like, shit. Kills one with his gun, but then throws his gun at the other because he's out of bullets. And then they surround him. No worries, Doc. Thanks for watching, man. I'll talk to you later, okay? Thanks for having a good day. Have a good day, bro. Turns out the old man is actually a decoy. They kill our hero, and we had this whole discussion. But then as the bad guy is talking, he walks through the remaining dust that was our friend. Like, he steps through the pile of ashes. And it's just like, that... It's not even insult to injury, that's worse. That's just like... That's just messed up. Oh my gosh. I can't. There are no words. This pile of dust. These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us?
Let's just rebuild him.
I don't think it's gonna work like that, Chris.
Puppet body?
Go to bed, baby.
Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their mortal lives. And if a reflection stolen either, and if Christopher, please quiet down. And if a reflection stolen either allow for many more endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to his madness as soon as possible.
Or just delete his data.
And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Celesta. It falls to us. We must. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere.
I propose we find his data and shut his down his program.
That's what we're trying to do, Christopher. Okay?
Let's just scout.
Chris?
How about data streams?
This game is what we call a scripted story. I cannot just go off and do what I want, okay?
You can't just jump ahead. You gotta go through each step.
That's how RPGs work, Christopher. You've been playing. You've been playing.
That's how this kind of RPG works.
Well, that's how most CRPGs work
Yeah.
in the modern era, because it's not just open space. Just do whatever you want. There's an order to things.
Okay. Chris,
See
go to bed.
night.
It is bedtime.
I'm so angry on you.
All right, Christopher. I know you're upset, Christopher. I'm not really happy about this either. But you need to calm down, okay?
Final Fantasy is really good at pushing buttons.
It's good at getting an emotional response. Chris, no hitting walls or doors, or anything else. Okay, you're gonna hurt your hand. Just take some deep breaths, okay? I will hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. My memories and yours. Though gripped by madness, though gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes. Yes. And I'll ask Waikoi to be there as well. Dang, man, that just... This is almost on the level of Shadowbringers level of stuff. Like, dang, man. Shadowbringers was rough, but this is... Dang. Like... Oh, you had a thing for him, didn't you? Poor sweetie. Dang. One of the pink bubblegum haired twins was probably in love with him too. Because that's the kind of like backstory they give the characters, even like small NPCs in Final Fantasy.
At least we have a soul cell.
Well, it's hard to Chris. So in this game, the energy that made up his body and his life is in there, but that doesn't necessarily mean his consciousness and personality are still there. All right.
Mm.
So it's
but
not.
you have
So
something to remember him by at least.
Well, we have they have their memories too, which is part of the storyline actually. Is that if you become one of the Eternal, if you die, or no, if you get a regulator, if you die, everyone forgets who you were. So you get eternal, you get extended life at
What
the
about
cost.
the Neoregulators?
They're the same thing, Christopher. They're just being used for his sinister plot. So, our dear Geode.
僕が機械兵を制御できていれば
Oh, she must have spoken. I didn't hear her. Okay.
グルージャのせいじゃない。悪いのは全部あいつだよ。
Nostalgia? Name's Nostalgia?
どうしてこんな理不尽なことを。
The young boy's name is
No,
Galulja.
Paul.
Nostalgia. Yes, her name is Nostalgia, Christopher.
Huh.
Because realistically, anything can be a name. If someone wanted the name to be XJ, it could. Not sure how you'd pronounce that.
There's a pretty printer in the background.
Don't recommend.
計画って私たちは今ここで生きてるのに命を何だと思ってるの。許せない。カルクスも
Oh, see, mad.
Yes, she is. Now go to bed, Christopher.
Now go to bed.
See, kind of coming in.
いつも何もできない私も。待って、どこに行くの。頭を冷やすだけ。分かってる。バカな真似はしない。あなたはここで休んでいて。私がノスタルジアさんについているわ。ありがとうございます。
皆さんとジオードが駆けつけてくれたおかげで被害を最小限に食い止めることができた。救われた命が確かになりました。それに僕たちが掴んだ手がかりと皆さんが持ち帰ってくれた情報を合わせればカリクスの潜伏先がわかるかもしれません。
That's fast.
けどすみません。
Okay, no, she was in love with him. Definitely.
もう少しでいいんで僕たち前へ進むための時間をくれませんか。
Yeah, I think we can do that.
ジオード。
And this is like the third quest in this chain. Good grief. I am told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe return with the body of their comrade. They all risked so much. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. No response. I got back control of the sentries. Probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. I've spoken with Luke Lamont. They've cut their meeting short.
Blackout. Oh wait. Ugh. Square Enix.
Christopher?
Hey.
Christopher! Come here!
Sorry.
No, come here!
I wasn't able to go for candle.
Calm down, please.
That was an accident.
Okay, Chris. Look.
It's a good story, riled up my kid, but man, wow.
to bed and you stay there, you understand?
I've spoken with local Lamad. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. Thank you, honey. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother than nostalgia had been. Shale knew him longer, though, and they're surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what's happening with Kakshia. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. It's pretty intense information.
I like how
Deep
Sween-
breath, Chris.
I like how Sween gets a hoodie now. That might be my favorite part.
Yeah, well, she's got to stay hidden because,
Still.
Well, I mean,
I like that part.
yeah, no, I'm hoping that it becomes an outfit option, actually. I kind of like it. I just want, like, the cat ears poking up a little bit, so little divots. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with this. We need to press on for the hump. We need to press on with. We know that. Wow, Richard. Blah, blah, blah. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this. I know. I should be better than this. I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kashia used to say that the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky, and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've got a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's blah 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 blah. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. I appreciate them teleporting us all over the place as opposed to having to run around. Hi, Miyuki. Here. Good bird. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. These air-wheelers are Janolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Need to lighten my mood. Wow, Richard. Jeez.
What do you notice that you can keep photos in?
Sometimes Gio would come along too, and we'd up racing. What, Chris?
What do you notice that you can keep photos in?
Come here, Chris. I can't understand. What about photos?
What do you notice that you can keep photos in?
A necklace? It's called a locket.
Why can't I not remember that?
Because you're upset, Christopher. We would often talk about how, one day, we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. I like the wheels still spin as you hover around on them. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. How much are these things again? 8 million? 8 million gil? That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Celesta, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Don't worry if they are. If it's not, I am level 100. Hope folks are doing well today. This has already been a big old kick in the gut emotionally. Oh look, enemies. Just our luck. There we go. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps it clear for a while. Shall we?
これまでも仲間を亡くした時によくここで思い出話をしてたんですよ。ジオードとカキネスと3人で。一杯どうですか？
Of course. If I get drugged and knocked out again, though, I'm gonna be annoyed. Could do.
お二人ともどうしてここに？
ああ、やっぱり来た。よかったら一緒におしゃべりでもしませんか？
One second, folks. I'm gonna adjust the air conditioning a little bit so I can hear a little better. It's been really loud recently. Probably need to clean it out, actually, in the near future. Well, that also helped. Good. Ah.
では少しだけ。そういえばうちの組織って数十年前に創設者たちが謎の失踪を遂げた後、カフキアさんが立て直したって聞いてますけど。
Huh. Mysterious circumstances italicized.
シェールさんとジオードも再建メンバーだったんですよね。そのあたりの話聞かせてくださいよ。興味ありますよね。昔の二人がどんな感じだったかとか。
Actually, yes, I am very curious.
僕とジオードの出会い自体が再建を始める直前だったんですよ。当時の僕はレギュレーターをつけていて、誰か大切な人を亡くしたばかりでした。ずっと続けてきたアダプターの仕事も辞めて、バーの接客なんかで適当に日銭を稼いでたんです。
Keep them company, huh?
そんなある日、客としてやってきたジオードと口論になって、初対面なのになぜか殴り合いの結果に。
She worked at a host club and not a. Okay, that's interesting.
なんでそんなことに。
理由は酔っててさっぱり覚えてないんですよ。まあ僕もジオードも似た者同士で誰かに当たりたかったんでしょうね。それで二人してバカみたいにぶっ倒れてたところ、通りがかった妙な機会に思いっきり説教されました。体を大事にしろだの、通行人の邪魔だのって。
Cute.
今のシェイルさんからは想像できないわ。その妙な機会ってもしかしてカフキワさん？
はい。彼女、一通り僕らの世話を焼いた後でこう言ったんですよ。自分はゾラージャの侵攻から外の世界を守りたいんだって。大事な息子が旅する世界が美しいままであってほしい。自暴自棄になるくらいなら手を貸してくれないかって。
I like how boggled Celeste looks by this.
本当衝撃でした。それまで障壁の外のことなんて気にも留めてなかったし、おまけに自分はもう死んでるだなんてめちゃくちゃですよ。けど僕とジオードは見たくなってしまったんです。彼女の意志がつなぐ未来を。
ジオードがよく言ってました。俺はカフキアさんと出会って初めて誰かのことを覚えていたいと思うようになったって。
言ってましたね、かっこつけて。
あ、でもその時点ではまだオブリビオンと名乗ってたわけじゃないんですよね。え、そうだったの？私てっきり。
カフキバさんは最初からかつてのオブリビオンを、クルルさんのご両親の意志を引き継ごうとしていたわけではないんですよ。それどころか存在すら知らなかった。ただその頃からすでに反体制派の存在を予測してはいました。死者の記憶を蘇らせるなんて自然の摂理から外れた行いには必ず異を唱える人がいたはずだって。そうした人たちと協力できればと考えて、基幹システムへの不正アクセスの痕跡を探し始めて見つけたんですよ。
Interesting, okay.
ネオンスタインの奥にある不自然な区画をね。オーナーのメランコリーさんが言うには、店を譲り受けた時から開かずの間だったとか。
それがバックルーム。
そう、隠し扉から強引に入ってみたものの、アジトはもぬけの殻でしたけどね。
Interesting.
でも設置されていた機器にはオブリビオンと名乗る組織の活動記録が残されていて、それを見て彼らの意思を継ぐことを決めたというわけです。
私の両親とカフキワさんの思いがそこでつながったのね。そして そこに加わったのがシェールさんとジオードだった。
No, that's only Shale left, unfortunately.
僕らだけでは力不足です。あなた方が戦ってくれたからここまで来られたんです。大切な人たちを失うことは苦しいけど、こうして誰かと楽しかった日々を思い出すことは嫌いじゃありません。思い出すたびにみんなは記憶の中で笑っていて孤独を忘れさせてくれる。僕が誰かと生きた記憶は僕だけのもの。生きて前に進むために必要な道しるべなんです。さて、そろそろ任務に戻りましょう。皆さん、ありがとうございました。
いえ、むしろお礼を言いたいのは私の方です。辛いことには変わりありませんが、少しだけ落ち着きましたから。オブリビオンに名を連ねた皆さんのためにもカリクスの野望を阻止しましょうね。
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief. You've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calix to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. A darkness in the heart. Shale steals her heart for the work ahead. It's time I went back to locating Calix's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Krul for help. Can't combine two pronunciation systems, Richard. I'll ask Krul for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there we can get. Something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Celesta? Apparently getting a call on my linkship pearl. Celesta, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel that something is amiss. Might I ask that you join me? Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending the Shale, of course. It appears your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak to with before I return to the back room. I don't think I can just teleport there, can I? I guess I can. There you are. Celesta, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps this is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Alright, let's go talk to some folks. Trembling resident. That's probably not good. Oh, please tell me about more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Well. Cosmo, they have the full spacesuit. I should get back to that. I want to get the spacesuit. Not gonna lie. Spacesuit Celeste would be kind of fun. Peppoine. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check in on her well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machine might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and clamor for new regulators to reach a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have cleaned the new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Oh great, it's turned into a religion. That's just what we need. That's lovely.
Honestly, a cult makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I kind of thought it might turn out this way, but blah. What's that? Swear fealty to me and you can get immortality? No, not a cult at all. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those new neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Wow. Not only is it a cult, it's Scientology. It's a cult and a scam. It's also dessert topping and floor wax.
But does it get stains out of the rear end of color?
Of course. All for the low, low price of $9.99
A month.
a month. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable or tensions are running high were my only two options. Jeez. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? 3 or 4 quests.
I'm sorry, that was a funny reaction.
Yeah, it's kind of mean of me to say, but at the same time, I mean,
At the same time, accurate.
that's how the pacing goes, so... Celesta, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alphanod. Oh, boy. Come with me, princess. Or queen. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. fact that they keep teleporting us places instead of making us run definitely adds a level of insistence to this whole thing. God. It's interesting, like, despite the fact that I've been playing this game for 10, 11 years now, my brain still works on the World of Warcraft quest system speed of, like, a quest literally is just one step, like, you know, kill 5 dudes, or bring back 6 things, or go talk to guy X. Where here, quests are a full chain. You know, like, step 1 is that, you know, this, that, and the other, so... I'm gonna go ahead and pause here a second. I need to take a quick bio break, folks. I'll be right back. But it's a cutscene, so it's a good place to pause. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about this. Sorry about that, folks.
呼び出して悪いわね。ちょっとあれを見てほしいのよ。
The screen showing the horrible tower thing.
死は常にあなたの傍らにいます。勤勉に働いていても報われないまま死ぬかもしれない。明日成し遂げられる偉業があっても今夜のうちに死ぬかもしれない。平穏と幸福に満ちているものでさえ次の瞬間には死んでしまうかもしれないのです。
Oh my god.
肉体は脆弱です。あなたの心臓や脳、あらゆる臓物は毎秒ごとにダイスを振って停止と続行を選んでいる。
What the actual hell?
この瞬間に健在であることも良いことも正しいことも何一つとして加味されはしません。理不尽な選択です。恐ろしい結末です。それがまさしく死というものです。
The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die. Oh my god.
ゴッサン殿との会合を終えたら流れていたんだ。おそらくはこれも。
火力数。
Now this is a terror campaign on a major scale. Jesus.
あなたの恐れを恥じる必要はありません。それこそが死を克服せんとする原動力となるのです。
Conquer death, huh?
人類を次の形に進めましょう。
They look smug.
人類に
Oh, because they have
リ
the
ザベーションをもたらしましょう。
they have the neo regulators, so they're like, we're fine.
さあ、祈り、願い、渇望してください。私たちは永遠人になるのだと。
Towabito. Endless people. Eternal people, rather. So endless,
死と
yeah.
いう終わりなき闇に進化によって打ち勝つのだと。
He will banish the ever-present darkness of mortality. Jesus.
そうだとも変わること、そのための最初の一歩は怖いかもしれない。でもきっとこれは正しい進化だ。俺は乗るぞ。利用登録をする。
Oh Lord.
ウクラマト様、ちょうどいいところに来てくれました。俺たちをトライアラに移住させてくれませんか？
Yeah.
ここにいたら命がいくらあっても足りません。スカイアや機械がいつ暴走するかもわからないし。
Yeah. Yeah. Move.
人になろうにも黒いレギュレーターが手に入らないんじゃ逃げるしかありませんよね。
ここを出て行って解決するなら誰だってそうしてたさ。だが法則でも言ってただろう。生きている限り死はつきまとってくる。
Wow, I don't know how to respond to that. Like, people die when they're killed. Yes, that is a problem.
That is generally how that works, yeah.
For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. Yes, normally speaking, yes.
どんな場所に行っても誰と暮らしていても克服の機会はもう二度と訪れない。
This is gonna turn into a internal bloody struggle then of people fighting over the regulators.
お前、自分は黒いレギュレーターを持ってるからって。
That's right. They don't. Neo regulator is black regulator in the Japanese, I think.
今トラル幽連隊がこっちに向かっていて、みんなが安全に避難できるように手はずを整えてる。トライオラは全面的に支援する。だから落ち着いてくれ。頼む。アレクサンドリアをみんなを助けたい。私に何ができる？他の誰でもない今の私に。
Oh man, this is wow. Just Jesus. My apologies. The site is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. We can't even turn it. Well, how about we just smash the damn thing then? Unfortunately, of course, we cannot do that because, you know, story-based gameplay.
Call Han Solo, just shoot the damn thing.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Krill told me everything about what happened while we were away. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lama Chi dispersed for now. We can see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave. Hi, Aoi. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calixon soon. First those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless. Perhaps more than necessary, even. Yeah, he's got some kind of plan for those 5,000. Calix has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamot, please let them shelter in Tolial. Will do. I mean, if it's a dungeon, then yeah, if I can get 3 other people to come with me, that'd be fine. I prefer doing that to doing with NPCs. So we will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Lance Guard arrives. In which case, we'd best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for the possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Thank you. Alright, so splitting up. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for our nation. Preservation, their purpose. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own way to help. Preservation, their purpose. Wuklamot assesses their surroundings with grim determination. Ah, okay. No worries then. Maybe next week then. You all will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the Night Queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wook Lamad. I won't stand her and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was a promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the joy, people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who could share that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't do by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned on me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. And that's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. I almost chose ... actually, but... How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol? Or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Yeah, you know, I figured the top one would be the funnier answer actually. I should look up the other one later. Gulul Ja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Elise and the others said you were here. Good news, Celesta. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 is called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took us so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We'll need to take the lift to get up to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Doo-doo. Being a bad person and running up the rail. Do-do-do-do. Jumping on chairs. La la la. Honestly, I just feel like at any moment, like there should be a bunch of cyberpunks breaking through, like, you know, doing a running gun battle with security guards as they steal something or rescue someone or something like that. I'll share the method we used. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different from the story of how we stumbled across the back room. It looks like Gulu Ja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Shell made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Our king, the IT, our king, the database engineer.
Sure, why not?
No, it's great. I love that actually. That's awesome. Data management. That's great. That is wonderful. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city. Yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Ready to head on up? Next up, the 10th level. Alright.
ここがプリザベーションの研究室の一つ。暗くてよく見えねえな。
Alright, a computer terminal. How much dust is there, though? I have to wonder. It's good tech if it's still working, though.
さすがに空気がよどんでいるわね。もう長い間使われていないようだから。
ここを見つけられたのはクルルさんとグルージャのおかげなんですよ。
Good job, you two.
私の耳飾りに黄金鏡の扉の制御コードが記録されていたでしょ。
Oh yeah, that's true.
あの扉がプリザベーションの組み上げたものなら、当然それを操るコードにも彼らの痕跡があると考えたの。
Signing your code.
実際普段のコードを丹念に調べてみたら、製造者を示す記述が残っていました。それと同じ記述を制御コードに含んでいる扉がないか、エバーキープ中の扉という扉にアクセスして調べたんですよ。
That's gotta be a lot of doors.
そして調査開始から1860個目にして、ようやくこの放棄された施設に行き着いたというわけです。グルージャが手を貸してくれて助かりました。
1860.
セールってば、僕が休んでる間もずっと調べてたんだよ。
You're a treasure, Shale. Sounds like you need one of Janolt's energy tonics. Cute.
僕にできることなんてこのくらいですから。でも今はその言葉が染みますよ。ともかく僕たちだけでできるのはここまで。ここからは皆さんのご協力が必要なんです。
手分けして探してほしいものがあるの。うまくいけばカリュクスの潜伏先を突き止められるはずよ。もちろん協力するよ。でも私たちがここに来たことってカリュクスに感づかれないのかな。
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, so just drop something like that.
可能性は高いでしょうね。望むところですよ。
Revenge, then. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that shall help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should cut across the circular channel in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, there'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of luck is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well. Let's get to searching, shall we? Monocryptomancer. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. In pink. You begin searching Containment Complex 10-29. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Cute. Puzzle time. Desk organizer. This small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. Darn. Abandoned paperwork. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Nice. No luck so far. This one had nothing in it at all. The arcane circuits used are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Was this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. Cool. The maps thing. Tomorrow night, we'll see how tired I am because we're doing a day trip to a Costco to finally get membership and stuff, and it's an hour and a half away-ish, give or take, one way, and then all the other things involved. I'll see how tired I am after all that. I want to try the new maps. I'm very curious, but we'll see. I'll let you know. You scan the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there, then? I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. People keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Well, there's only one place left, really, so... which I saved for last. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at the workstations? This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner had left some things behind. Rifle through them. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. The terminal screen displays what appears to be an index page of an employee manual. Personal protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 10-29 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within the designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deutero Lab. Entrance to another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level indicates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of, and the rights to modify, the memories of all registered personnel. Wow, now that's cyberpunk. That is some cyberpunk bullshit right there. Okay, yeah, definitely. Which reminds me, I have to sell my last 3 for whatever random thing I want to get. The company retains their ownership and right to modify the memories of all the personnel. Dang, that is cyberpunk. Research objectives. Access denied. Please log in with your personnel account to view. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Protolab Chief, Eosifor. Deutero Lab Chief, Redacted. Well then. I see. Good to know. I might try to grab some of them, yeah. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Beep. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open. You did it, Celessa. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere without outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? I don't think I want to find out. It was run by a Dr. Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be found once we venture... Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. La la la. What's in here? The Proto Lab. Data tablet. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Skim through the entries? Yes! Journal entry 1. Today I began my employment of preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. Welcome to Final Fantasy 2088. Entry 4. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I had heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. Number 9. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of Aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphane insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Entry 14. Our Malala colleagues, including the Protolab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? Number 18. From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. The details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You've reached the end of the journal entries. That's not dark at all. What are those, regulators? That's a lot of regulators in there. Alright. Back to the group. We're like, where the hell did you go? This must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card. Looks like every room can be accessed from this pub. Not a single soul here besides us. Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... Yep, there it is. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card? Yes. The scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay shaves me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let us try our search in the proto lab. That door's already open at least. We will find a way together. We will find a way through together, Shell. I'm sure of it. Okay, are you all nodding yet or no? There we go. Alright, if this is going to go the way most of these things go, we're going to find the key, the level 2 card key, to open the next new room. Please excuse my impatience. The means tracked on Calix are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. So we'll go to the next room, and then search through that again. I dug through this data tablet and I found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Though I will become endless as per our affinity protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? 158, huh? This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. I think it was, actually, and that's horrifying. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting interference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Uh-huh. There we go. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produce a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it'll make sense later on? Yeah, I appreciate that too. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could possibly spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned the locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you can take a look? The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You've gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination? Yes. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Hmm. 11509. Oh, there we go. The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. And a hand crank. And you found the Falcon Crest. Well, you found half the Falcon Crest. Once you find the other half of the Falcon Crest, you can put them together to create the Falcon Crest, which will open the Falcon door. Maybe I've been missing playing Resident Evil a little bit. Celesta, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say it's level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but this should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Celesta. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read didn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more on the other tablet there. Right. Let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the tutorial lab and the maintenance facilities left to research. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and to the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I don't have any more use for it. Thank you for taking stuff out of my inventory I don't need. I already read that data tablet, so... Calix can't be bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us? Or maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Ueyawada facility. If there were others besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. Scanner awaits. Hold the security card up to the panel and should unlock the door. A scanning device. It waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The tutorial lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. I like the French and a drinking glass. looking place. What is it, Kuluja? Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? How strange. This door's not lit up like the others. What does this sign say? It is line, dash, line. Shale, there doesn't even be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign above the card scanner. There's a sign above the card scanner. In cases of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the deterror lab, shall we? Alright, there's our next puzzle. Slash, clickfest. Those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they keep security cards in here as well. The deterror lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in there? Oh good, the terminal's lit up. That means we have power in this room. Cutscene, okay. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the deterror lab. Which means we need to find a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set to each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Good night, honey. Then would you be willing to try and configure the circuit path for Celessa? The rest of us can help by supplying Celessa with whatever information might be found in the circuitry. With whatever information might be found in the circuitry configuration. I've left in the power supply route and adjusted the current for optimal flow. Everything should be ready for when you've reconfigured the circuit. I was able to glimpse a part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I can make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time? These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely on our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Celessa, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Kulu Jaw's working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle? That's something you started at least. The generator doesn't need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Okay. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions. Oh, I see. You change the... We changed them. Ah, I see, I see, I see. I'm gonna talk through that thing again really fast. Okay. Circle, diamond, okay. Hold on a second here. Alright, so diamond right next to the thing, okay. So you get to be square. You get to be circle. You get to be diamond. And you get to be triangle. You've connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked! We did it, Celesta! The Zutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, can we access a certain dialogue a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage cells, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days, is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's design for a new defensive solutions, funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I only met him once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet he still published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by the sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research. And other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over once just to be sure. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Yes! The door has power now! Ah, thank you, Galulja. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. That would suck, so yes. A calculated evolution. Shale is examining the card scanner. Right. I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's inside and see what awaits. What does await? Gods above. Isn't that... Wait, The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside the shard inside, like the one that Celesta has? Ah. We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with allotrope, but never grasped technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did it, not when they did so, or why, nor why. Now it makes sense. Cal can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there's much we can learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishila's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our top priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards left behind. Remember, anything left at a level 3 is no good to us. Alright, let's see what we got next. Storage crate. They're making more of them. Jeez. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there's none. Oh, coulda-do. Maybe someone left the card on the shelf somewhere? I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Why are they making so many vessels? Do the other ones not work properly? So they can access multiple dimensions at once, I guess. This lone storage crate is full with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. If those cameras are anything to go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. I'll scan the recordings and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. That's the last thing other than that one. That's the last rather searchable, right? Yes. Just cabinet drawers left. And then it'll either be in here or someone else will find it. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Dun, da, da. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it's exactly what we needed. Nice work, Celessa. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right. I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. What's that? After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected the connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's. We must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system, and has been using it to monitor activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need a data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he's done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong tack. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Celsa's strength. What can he possibly dream about that's stronger than her? Like, what can he possibly dream about that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was one other thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Yes, we do. I'll start the show, then.
ええ、永遠の生というものが怖くなってしまって、私はまだこれまでの常識を捨てきれずにいるんだわ。生命は死によって自らの種を淘汰し最適化してきた。進化を望んだからこそ死ぬのよ。それを止めてしまった先に本当に人類の未来があるの？もしそこにあるのが果てのない停滞だったら、私たちのやっていることは。
その発言はカリクス様を否定することになる。
そうね。彼と同じ視点を持つことができたら、こんな不安も抱かずにいられたかもしれない。でも無理よ。私は彼じゃない。何もかもが違いすぎる。非凡な才能を持っていることも、なのに病のせいで成人まで生きられないと言われていたことも、全ての無駄を切り詰めて研究に没頭していることも。彼が苦境でも負けずに努力して死を超越する手段を勝ち得た点はもちろん尊敬しているわ。けれどその生への執着が正しいものだって確信できない。だから私は組織を抜けて、これからは次の世代に後を託すために精一杯生きたいと思う。あなただって。
Well.
離反する者は始末しろと言われているのでな。
Good grief. Oh my god. What the hell? She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that this recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that. But if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Krill. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the Haven Living Memory, I was at least able to make my parents know what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how this conflict. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. But we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. It's interesting we've just gone effectively from like steampunk-ish tech level up to this point in the majority of the various game set areas and that to I guess like modern tech level with internet and TV and stuff because like you know giant tablet key cards and stuff like that. Was Calix the one who gave orders to execute Was Calix the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in the next room either. And that's something I can be proud of. My other investigations for the data relay just passed this door. Let's get it open, shall we? If that man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. Hearing Krill talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never get over it. Really get over it. A scanning device. Blah 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 blah. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Celesta, come with me. I might have needed that security card. Well, yeah. Which were high-level tech in some ways. I don't remember exactly like what, you know, but it didn't. It felt weirdly sci-fi-y modern versus like this is like almost modern, normal modern like. Oh, my apologies. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. Something odd. Something odd. Huh. This director, Demetrius, was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases, and some sort of gem display? That's going to be important. Blue, red, and blank. Is that a regulator? No, it's a clock. Okay. This is a report on reducing people to Aether, and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. That's awful. Another tablet. Alright, Shale. Dang, look at those monitors. Yeah, exactly. So, damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Celeste, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Cluttered side table. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. General daily report. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unresolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel, faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for either reclamation processing. Jesus. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Oh, Jesus. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke it with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depth of his disappointment with me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Shut down protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. To that end, facility equipment would be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Soul cell storage case. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered the self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen whether it will be able to do so once more. Office shelves. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires powers to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Tutera Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery will be of interest to Shale. Take another look. Open the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. Holy crap! It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut this locker door. I was wondering about that. Alright, let's go. Have you found something? Crumpled note. Thank you. A misplaced note tape, was it? Hello, Blue Shift. Welcome to the stream. And, yeah, no, that's... Good grief. That is an obsession. That is an obsession, man. With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. It seems we need to enter a password on 3 different primals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access slip itself is concealed too. concealed? By electro, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Pocky used to say, Shale? Never trust an electro surface. Oh, of course. Electro is how you alter the look of all solution designs of floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. Two people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for the passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. Then I'll take the Deterra lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and his people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the Deterra lab journey then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Celesta, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wilk Lamont and Krill through the process. You know, there was a display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought as soon as it was made of electro, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Obvious clue. Was there a gem in there, maybe? No. Okay. Nope. Just the creepy pictures. It contains nothing of note. Quietly walk away. Still love that. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? Solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect the circuit to that one. There! Huh? Huh. There was something inside. Oh, it's pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named their kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. This is like non-violent, not violent, but it's like, you know, it's like a click around adventure game now. I love it. Two jewels are embedded in the electro plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Yep. Alright, blue, green, and red. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. A floor plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I know that jewel will come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. so. Alright, Sphene. Yes? If you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking there's something to do with the passwords? I'll have to go back and click on the other gems, don't I? Oh, maybe not. A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. I was afraid we would have to go back and, like, remember the numbers from the first room and, like, match up, like, numbers. Oh, nice. Yeah, like, I was getting ready to break out a piece of paper and start scribbling stuff down. And yes, Aoi, I did see the thing. Not super thrilled by it. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of your quick studies. You've gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. Wooklamot and Krill are just waiting for their passwords. Let's start with Wooklamot in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? Let's see here. We are green. Proto Lab was blue? Was the top one, I think? Yeah, so Sapphire is honesty. And for Krill is devotion. Yes. And we will put in protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now I enter the system at the same time. Yeah, well. I love the steps tool. First try! We must look at it again. No, we must not look at it again. No, we don't need to look at it again. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we have yet to search. If the data relay isn't anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Lamont and Krill rejoin us. We did it thanks to you. And a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Great work, Celesta. Leave it to you to divine passwords from ornamental display. Well, I play a lot of Resident Evil. Or have played, I should say. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared a destiny with my other self. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Celesta. Alright, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Alright, here we go. Ding! This isn't ominous at all. I love the fact that Wooklamot has gone, in the span of several months, from living in a, world without computers and stuff, to suddenly having them all thrown at her, and she's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Get ready for it? Uh-oh. I do love Wooklamot, she's wonderful. There are missing stations there.
けど記憶自体は言ってしまえば情報に過ぎない。実体がないっていう意味でね。
Hacking time.
いわば情報体である彼らが現実世界に干渉するには2つの方法しかないわ。一つがリビングメモリーで出会ったトワ人たちのように生命エーテルで仮初めの肉体を作るという方法。見えて触れられる幽霊みたいな状態ね。そしてもう一つがカフキワさんのように機械を遠隔操作する方法だけど、実体化していないとき彼らはどこにいると思う？
Server farm?
トワ人は記憶は情報。
Hey, hey, Lono, you step off. You do not. We do not stand for people disparaging our goddess Tataru. Okay. In a world full form of data.
そう、きっとエレクトロープ製の機械の中に情報で作られた記憶の幻想世界があるんじゃないかしら。私たちは実際それを目にしているしね。
エターナルクイーンにたどり着くまでの記憶の中のアレクサンドリアか。
Well, then you are dead to me, sir. Okay, maybe not, but you're free to not like her. That's fine. Just don't talk smack about her, man.
じゃあその記憶の幻想世界がメインターミナルの中に構築されてるってこと？
I can respect anyone who can hustle the way she does. So
けどよ、リビングメモリーのターミナルは私らがシャットダウンしたはずだよな。ええ、間違いありません。カフキワさんが用意したハッキングプログラムは想定通りの結果をもたらしました。メインターミナルはシャットダウンされ、その証拠にスペーンの体を低温保存していた装置も機能を停止していたわけです。ただ相手はエレクトロープ技術の天才。彼なら自分の記憶が保存された領域を密かに守ることも不可能ではないでしょ
メインターミナル内に記憶の幻想世界が存在し、カリュクスもそこにいるとして、一方でこの街は今原初世界側にあるでしょ。
I'm gonna point out that there's this giant machine-looking thing hooked up to power supplies and stuff, and it seems awfully suspicious.
なら2つの世界をつないでいる黄金鏡の扉を閉じてしまえばカリュクスの干渉を防げるんじゃないかとも考えたのだけれど。
But
リビングメモリーを調査した時に試してみましたが、管理者権限でロックがかかっていたんですよ。あの時は戦王が設定したものと思っていたのですが。
but it was Calyx probably.
カリュクスが手を回してたかもしれねってことか。やはり間違いないですね。今もキープ中の監視映像が機関システムから収集されてどこかへ送られているようです。
Have to adjust my glasses later.
それもあなたが映っている映像ばかり、おそらく鍵の持ち主を追跡しているのでしょう。歪んだ とんだ無駄足になったね。
Oh boy, here we go.
監視映像の送り先を特定して俺の居場所を割り出したかったんだろうけど、その必要はもうない。お前の力を測り、それを倒すに足る戦力を用意する。なかなか手間のかかる仕事だったが、ついに完了だ。
Are we fighting another clone?
来なよ。メインターミナルの上部区画に俺の記憶を収めたエレクトロープの装置がある。それを壊せばお前たちの勝ちだ。俺はあの手この手で迎撃して鍵の奪還を狙うとしよう。
I don't trust him.
その誘いに乗らなかったら。
待つだけだ。粛々と国民のとわびとかを進めながら。お前たちが時間を無駄に費やさず賢い選択をすることを願っているよ。おい、一つだけ私の質問にも答えろ。お前は戦王にとわびとのスフェーンに無理難題を課して追い詰められたあいつが鍵を使うように仕組んだ。そこまでやれるならあいつの計画が破られた瞬間、鍵がこっちの手に渡る前に回収することだってできたんじゃねえか。痛いところをつく。あればかりは誤算だったと言わざるを得ない。
Uh-huh.
消える間際に再構築されたとわびととしてのスフェーンの心。メインターミナルの制御機構と一体化していた彼女はあの瞬間あの場所でだけ俺をもしのぐ権限を有していた。そして守りおおせたのさ。国の未来を託した隣国の王と鍵を託した英雄を。
So that one moment she stopped being his puppet. Good. Good for her.
俺の存在をどこまで認識していたかは定かじゃない。が、覗き見には気づいていたというところだろう。これで満足？ああ。お前にはもうこの国の大事なものを渡さねえ。命も未来もスフェーンが愛した笑顔も何一つとしてな。
Dungeon time.
勝手を言って悪いけど、私はカリクスと決着をつけることを迷わねえ。あいつが思い描いている未来がどんなに上出来でも、そのための犠牲を厭わなかった奴は必ずまた誰かを泣かせる。私はそれを止めてえんだ。
he's wrong. We think he's taking our measure. It's like, punk. Oh, sweetie, no, it's okay. We got you.
あのさ、この私が言うべきことじゃないって、それはもちろん分かってるんだけど。
Aww.
でもありがとう、二人とも。託したのが君たちでよかったって。もう一人の私に代わって伝えさせて。
Alright, so... Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Jill was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. Indeed. Well, I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. Wow, what's happening to my voice here? Jesus. That's an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our next move. Thanks, guys. I'll just stand here by the elevator then. Shell's been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said. But don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. Good kid. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you come back to us safe and sound. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us? We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Yeah, Shell Angie. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this. I mean to see this through with you all, provide whatever support I can. One of our own. Sphina's resolved to take part in the coming battle. Celesta, we've briefed Erenville on everything that's happened and sent word to the others. We've now got to consider what our next actions will be. Dungeon run, apparently. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we either destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal, then that is where we must go. So in the Japanese, it's actually just main terminal. But main terminal would not sound nearly as impressive in English, so Meso-Terminal definitely works. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. No one's gonna hurt my Sphene, gosh darn it. I shall hold you to that. But I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I've only had this Sphene for a year and some, but if anything ever happened to her again, I would kill everyone and then myself. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Elise and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am already to... Damn. No one's gonna stab you without me this time. I am more than ready to do the same. Did she say... I'll keep patrolling the streets with signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Yeah, kid, I don't want to run the risk of you getting hurt, man. Oh, Celessa. Krill and I think we should talk to Ghost-san before we leave for a living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Ghost-san will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. So I guess the dungeon's coming up. The question now is how many people are available to help out with this? It's already almost 12:30 here, so... Okay, that's one. I always said she'd be able to help out, although it is similarly late here for her as well, so... There's the resolution. We just need a fourth then, I guess. There they are. Government officials must be feeling demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosan his position. The air is thick with the the air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gosan himself. I see Gosan's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on this subject, I'll wager. Ah. No worries, man.
そうですか。事情はわかりました。王不在の状況で、プリザベーションなる組織が国の行く先を定めるなど、あってはならないことだと思います。しかし、あなた方を支援し、カリウクス打倒を掲げることは 定できません。
As long as you don't stand in our way, dude, that's fine. We just don't have to cut you down in the way.
それはあなたが黒いレギュレーターを装着しているからですか？
利用者登録はまだ。死を恐れる気持ちと祭りごとを司る者としての意地で板挟みになっておりました。
Uh-huh.
私が懸念しているのは、永遠人になるという手段が断たれたとき、ここまで高まった死への不安をどう鎮めるのかということ。
A giant group of therapists.
加えて、先の機械兵による襲撃事件。それが永遠人を作り出すために起こされたものなら、なおさら皆への説明は難しくなりましょう。
Yeah, there is that.
家族や友人を殺された方々にとって永遠人化を止めるということは、つまり愛する人は無駄死にしたのだとそう突きつけられるに等しい。
Yeah.
つい最近まで死の悲しみを知らなかった我々に、それはあまりに酷な話ではありませんか。
I mean, I get that, but it's coming at the cost of other people's lives. So it's like, is it okay to live forever even if it means murdering 100 people?
一体どうやって乗り越えろとおっしゃるのです。
This expansion went from family bonds and found family and how to deal with not I guess societal pressure to becoming a treatise on how to deal with mortality and the passing of lives. And honestly, just it's been a ride. Like, wow.
それを他人に教えてもらおうとするのはもうやめようぜ。
Oh, it's dude. I remember you.
俺たちはずっと先人が作ったシステムとスフェーン様に守られてた。
You tell him, Lathander.
生きることの難しさも責任も遠ざけて、そのために命がけで頑張ってくれてる存在にさえ気づかずに、守られて当然って顔をしてきたんだよ。でも、もう終わりだ。俺たちはこれから知っていかなきゃならねえ。
Oh, that's cool. I wonder if that's affected by like doing side quests and stuff.
死に向かって生きていくことや悲しい別れにどう向き合うかってこと。知ってもなんつうか好きにはなれないだろうが、そんなもんかって思えるかもしれないだろう。
Yeah, I don't think people really love the idea of loved ones dying, but at least most people.
だって外の連中は昔のアレクサンドリア人だってそうしてたんだ。俺たちにやってやれないわけがね。
I like this is coming from someone else and not our characters, because this is the kind of thing that like one person can't fix, but the idea of other people figuring it out and trying to share it is very, very good. I like that. Very good point. Very good decision on that.
お前らどうして？
マラカイトさんに声をかけてもらってオブリビオンから事情を聞いてきたんだよ。国の一大事とあっては手をこまねいているわけにもいかないからね。
That's a very good. That's a great line. You don't just stand there while your house burns down.
どうすべきか
私たちなりに考えをまとめてきた。結論から言えば、私たちも彼らとオブリビオンと共に戦うことにした。戦うと言っても、私たちが戦力になれないことは承知している。
That's fine. Support is support.
ですが、相手の目的が死の恐怖を煽ることなのであれば、私たちにもできることはあります。隣人に声をかけ、必要以上に恐れる必要はないと。今の生を大切にしようと説得することはできるはず。
Yeah, seeing Tapu there, I'm like, hey, it's that lady, yay!
それはあなた方の助けになりませんか？
Before she even spoke, I'm like, yay, it's that lady!
助かるに決まってる。ええ、きっと大きな力になるわ。
What did I say? A big group of therapists? Well, this is a start. Also, I like that the monk weapons on the sides just look like just kind of cool, like an accessory, honestly, on their hips.
すでに利用者登録を済ませてしまった人の意志は固い。彼らを動かすのは難儀ですが、まだ迷っている人も大勢いるはずです。そういった人たちに呼びかけてみましょう。
補佐官さんよ、あんたに襲撃事件の被害者を悼む気持ちがあるのなら、今はまず被害者の数を抑えることを考えようぜ。
彼らの命を使って永遠人になったとしたら、私はきっと後悔し続けたでしょうね。
Yeah, yeah, buddy. Yay. 4999.
申し訳ございません。民が惑える時こそ寄り添い導くのが祭りごとでありました。
I have thoughts about this statement. Fiction is great for making you feel a little better about life sometimes.
アレクサンドリアはこの悲しみも乗り越えて未来へと進んでいける。そうですよね、スフェーン様。
Oh, there goes the
はい、もちろんです。
cat is now out of the bag. And they're like, did you just... Oh.
じゃなくて、違うんです。今の噂が。スウェーン、落ち着け。ラマチ名前言っちゃってる。
All right, that was good. That was good. And just like, oh, we're done. And everyone's laughing. It's like we knew who you were, lady.
あんたがあのスペーン様と瓜二つだってことはみんなとっくに気づいてたよ。私たちが愛した彼女とは別人だってこともね。
We are not complete idiots.
素性を隠して誰にもなれずに、あんたも辛かったんじゃないかい？戻ってきたらあんたのことをあんたの言葉で教えておくれ。どんなにすっとんきょうな話だって受け止める覚悟はあるからさ。見捨てたりしないよ。同じ国に生きる仲間なんだからね。
But the hit back. Yeah. Yeah. Yay.
約束します。無事に戻ってくるって。そしてみんなとたくさん話がしたいんだ。
Yay. Alright, I'm gonna disguise myself with a hood so no one can tell who I am. Alright, let me roll and see what you got. Roll the 1. Crap. I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Sphene must be overjoyed to be welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. Yeah, I hope they're not gonna kill her again. If she gets hurt or killed between now and the actual end of the MSQ, I'm gonna be upset. It is a relief to be freed of my indecision. Until I removed my regulator, I hadn't realized quite how heavy it weighed upon me. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that new regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be no avail. According to our recent surveys, the number of neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Yeah, I figured they were screwing with that. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calix would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Alright. If I can start the dungeon in the next 10-15 minutes, I'll do the dungeon. Ah, yes, right. The giant video cards of doom.
街の様子は相変わらずか。だからさ、必要以上に怖がんなくていいんだって。まずは深呼吸でもしてみようぜ。
I like you, Lavender. You were a little twerp when we met you, but you've grown to a fine young man. There, it's better. Your mom would be proud of you, dude. When I saw that the first time, I was just so happy. Welcome back, Resins. Alright. Alright. hate how dead everything looks. Like, I get it, but just, man. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in this note, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Except, well, maybe. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since we last gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. Certain precautionary measure, huh? Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Seems Alpha and Annalise were the ones who explained to Kwana our need to enter this note. He urged us to be certainly careful, of course. And my darling Ishtola. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the Meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Meso terminal? The walls were seeded to provide a convenient entrance to the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calix has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor lead them to despair. A terminal invitation. Ishla would proceed to the Meso terminal. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Ooh, you in trouble. I wish I could fire the gun. It'd be hilarious. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. So this is to be the dungeon then. Do I have enough people to help me out with this? Or... I like how they're chevron right now. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored. And she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Ah, okay. Well, see. I always said she could help. Lono says he can help. My other two usual folks would be either Cryptomancer or Crescens, but Cryptomancer said he stopped here too. Crescens, what about you, man? Or you got work? Because if that's the case, maybe I'll just stop here too then, but... An endless existence for the evolution... an endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal. Although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as this endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance stage to deceive us. As for the Meso terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we returned from the virtual domain. While I'm loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. No worries, Crescens. Well, well, Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing, and I thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up my arms and fight once more. So let's make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen's Fiend was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. God, this killed me last time. Oh my God, I hated it so much. Oh, I mean, we saw it coming, and it's just still. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude. And surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upreaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. We must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen trusted the Celesta for good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Sweetie. Apparently Calix thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur. It would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends. We set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Well, I don't want to rando it just because I want to take my time going through. Yeah, like seriously, like we've, you know, I can't do like one person and then two, we can't do like a mixed party, right? Because if we can do that, I would do that then, actually. Let me see here. There we go. I'm gonna assume we can't, actually. But, just in case. Okay. Alright, everyone else is busy with work, so... I'm gonna go ahead and do. Let's see here. Later, 10:30. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this as a with the trust then. Oh wait, what?
私も戦うよ。
Oh God. I was I was not expecting her to actually come and like be. Wow. Okay. Um. Yeah. Like. Okay. Um. Well then. Oh, she's a DPS. She's a DPS. Okay, I'm torn. I'm torn because oh. Well, I thought she would be the healer. I thought I don't need if I'm gonna have DPS, I'd rather have someone else be DPS. But hold on a second here. So we've got our 4 slots. Our healers are either Graha or Alphanot. Okay. Like,
勝てるはずよ。必ず。
oh god, but I want the interactions between Sphene and Wuklamot, but Ishtala, my girlfriend, my wife, I. I mean, obviously Sphene, yes. It's just more. The question is, this slot.
頑張ろうな。
You know, I can always just do this again later with her, and see the interactions. But I can't not use if Ishla is available. I can't not use her. No. I can't not. No. She's my waifu for laifu. I can't not use her. So, all right, let's do this. Oh yeah, wait, need to close this first. All right. I like how they're just standing there like, all right, let's do this. All right. Yeah. I mean, I think everyone watching this loves this game, and I certainly do as well. So, this place looks funky. So this will be the end of it for me. I'll finish this off, and then I gotta wake up early-ish in the morning. Oh well. It's an hour and a half train ride to where we're going. I can take a nap on the train. Oh, I see. Crescent's nice.
やっと来たか。まずは遠慮なく削らせてもらうよ。
Yeah, screw you, dude. Terminal Watchmans. One nice thing though, is that they're both at ranged, so I don't have to worry about them getting smacked by things in the face. that this is going to take forever because we have no AoE DPS. I totally thought she was going to be a healer. So I was thinking, okay, cool, Wuklamat, Sphene, and Ishtola. There we go, there's the team. But nope, nope, she's a DPS. Yeah, of course, because like, you know, I'm not even. I have worked in this industry for far too long. And I know how people act in the fandoms and stuff. You know, honestly, it's a double-edged sword because on the one hand, you know, it is annoying to hear the constant complaints and stuff. But on the other hand, it also shows a level of love and devotion to it because to the subject because they do care so much. It's frustrating, but you know, what is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning's aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the loving sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant, complete solution to all the challenges we now face. That's a little bit on the fanatical side.
即席のトワビトを作ったんだ。戦闘向けじゃないけど命令次第だよ。敵を殺して生き延びろとかね。ああ、仮初めの部隊を作ってやろう。
やっつけるわよ。
捕らえた。
Seeing the people with their faces missing because of the the mosaicing is kind of messing me up a little bit. Like Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite story, MMO story, bar none. And I've played so many MMOs in my life. But I won't lie, my favorite like MMO to play, like for like action and for like a feeling of accomplishment, is still probably World of Warcraft. Mainly because I've just gotten so used to that speed of movement and stuff. You know, I've gotten used to the, you know, the 1.5 second cooldown on buttons versus the 2.5 for, you know, 14 here, honestly. And that's not a bad thing. You know, I understand why, the technical reasons and everything else, and there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But it's like the same reason why like I like playing, you know, when I want to play an action RPG or a Metroidvania versus playing a turn-based RPG, because I want that, you know, speed and reflexive movement and gameplay. You know, this game, I mean, you guys can probably hear me constantly tacking at my keyboard, like go, like do this, go do something, why aren't you doing something? Because my muscle memory is so ingrained for World of Warcraft style movement and stuff. So no, I get it, man. And I like SWTOR a lot too.
命を救う意志の記憶だ。
Uh,
死にを思いは強いだろう。
oh, okay, no, that's a backpack. I was about to say, that's messed up looking. All right, here we go. Medicine field, huh? Activate dispensers. What? And of course, you know, a lot of MMO experiences, not just the game itself, but the people you play with and such. And, you know, WoW was at a very pivotal time for me when I was living in Texas. And then back in Maryland, after Texas turned into a whole kind of a horrible situation. Oh, nope. Other way, other way, other way. Where are you guys going? Yay.
システムが耐えられなかったか。まあいい。目的は達した。
I mean, I sense this is gonna be some kind of BS of some sort where, God, this is all so freaky. Like, he's still gonna get the key somehow because of course he is. Because, you know, plot, which is gonna be annoying as hell. I mean, well, EA was the publisher originally for SWTOR the whole time. But they cut the team and stuff at BioWare and such, so... According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon the ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he's proposed a methodology for preserving souls, using electro technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Yee. Well, yeah, but EA was still the publisher. Like, BioWare is not a publisher. BioWare has always just been a developer. I thought they were already owned by EA when they started working on SWTOR, actually, but it admittedly has been a while, so... Because I remember working at EA when the game was in beta, and some coworkers got into the beta who were not gamers, but they were given access because they were high up in the hierarchy, because of course they're gonna do that, EA. And like I was like, can I please have your key? You don't play the game. And they're like, no, my son wants to try it. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. Your kid wants to try it out, then that's fine. But like, I was like a contractor at that point there, and I was desperate to try to be able to play. I was like, please, I want to play SWTOR so bad. Mystic Memory Bracelet of Aiming, huh? Y'all look kind of funky. I remember seeing posters of them in some of the offices that I worked in and such, and again being like, oh, this is gonna be so cool, this is gonna be so cool. But then they cut a bunch of stuff and cut budgets, and even before the game came out originally, so like, I mean, it was such a brilliant, it was an amazing idea of like, let's cram all this single player stuff into an MMO, but that made the prices, the cost of everything ridiculous. And of course, EA is all about the almighty dollar, so... Again, faceless people like this is really kind of messing with my head a little bit. Right. Yeah, I probably know who that is. Couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now. Everything but fending. Everything but fending. Come on, guys. Oh. I'm thinking more for like glam purposes, but if this is all gonna be just right side stuff, then it's not as big a deal anyways. But 'cause my stuff is 740. I suppose I could use some of the stuff for my other my other classes. Like this. That is messed up.
処刑人たちは中堅だ。罪人を徹底的に
あ
処するだろう。
got it. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, it's both sides? Okay.
さあ、処刑開始だ。どこまで抗う？ 逃げ惑え。罪人は決して逃がさない。
Okay. Okay, that... I don't think I understood what was going on there. I think I'm happy right now because I don't try to do the hard shit, the hard stuff. I'm really just about the story and glam at this point. Alright, here we go.
さあ、処刑開始だ。どこまで抗う？
ここからだ。
逃げ惑え。罪人は決して逃がさない。
And then the swords. Whew. Okay, that was better. Will breaker? Is that last one interruptible then? Cause like...
さあ、処刑開始だ。どこまで抗う？
蹴りをつけるわ。ここで沈んでもらう。
逃げ惑え。罪人は決して逃がさない。
Alright, so here come the blades. And then the swords.
痛くないぞ。もう痛くないぞ。
Okay, I'm not sure what the hell's going on here. I need to do something about one of those abilities, but I'm not sure.
Ah, 処刑開始だ。どこまで抗う？逃げ惑え。罪人は決して逃がさない。
Okay, so that makes sense. And then we're gonna get the flails. hey, they can help me now that they've defeated theirs. Very old school boots. But man, I have to look that fight up because like I don't know what was killing like what. Obviously, it was one of those two blast abilities that was killing me. But still, man, that was annoying. Interesting concept for a fight. I guess we're gonna see another data terminal. Yep, there it is. Alright. A couple more stacks of mobs, and then... Oh, you know what? I just realized that's stun, not interrupt. I wonder if that's why, because I was hitting the wrong button. Oh, man. Give me a second, folks. I have had these reversed for the longest friggin' time. Or not. I forgot that I can stun every 2.5 seconds for trash mobs. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was, perhaps, the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Yeah. Man, such a trippy place. Alright. We're gonna...
死を知る時代の記憶、決死の思いは使えそうだ。さあ、兵たちよ、敵の侵略だ。命を賭して国を守れ。
Jeez. Alright. Getting close to the end of the dungeon, looks like. Nope. I probably should redo my buttons one of these days to make it a little bit easier to do stuff. Excuse me. Hopefully I won't die too many times in the last fight here. No chest there. No chest there. Oh. Oh, okay, this is a zone. That's what to say. We have another long runway fight again.
さて、こでダメなら集合させてみよう。死を前に抱いた無念を思い出せ。国を守り、民を守り、家族を死から救うんだ。
Yeah, it kind of feels weird too. Memory meld. The immortal remains.
ほら、目の前に敵がいるよ。
That's messed up looking. Well, this is either going to be... Oh. That's probably going to be important to this.
寄せ集めの記憶だけど、どうかな。今は昔、来航大戦の真っ只中。行くよ。愚かさのせいで無数の命が散っていく。戦争は次第に激しさを増して、ここからだ。
The marionette style people's memory things there is...
敵の爆撃は容赦なく続いた。
Dang it.
光がひらめくたび命が消えていく。
Next change. Dang
至
it.
るところで死が未来を奪っていた。
Ugh, nope. Just took too many. Getting tired. Non-volatile memory, huh?
寄せ集めの記憶だけどどうかな。今は昔来光大戦の真っ只中。愚かさのせいで無数の命が散っていく。戦争は次第に激しさを増して。
Sorry if I'm being quiet about this, but I'm trying to survive right now, so.
敵の爆撃は容赦なく続いた。
Oh, what? Oh. I hate those mechanics, I really do. Quite possibly my least favorite thing in this game.
寄せ集めの記憶だけどどうかな。今は昔来光大戦の真っ只中。
俺がやる。
愚かさのせいで無数の命が散っていく。戦争は次第に激しさを増して。
捕らえた。
敵の爆撃は容赦なく続いた。 大光がひらめくたび命が消えていく。至る所で死が未来を奪っていた。
覚悟してちょうだい。
Almost didn't see that in time. Jeez.
ここで沈んでもらう。
Oh, come on. I was out of the range of that. Darn it. Jesus. Die. Oh my god, thank goodness. That was so close. I am tired, admittedly. It's almost 2 a.m. here, so... My main problem was just the second fight. I mean, I'm not super fond of this on either, but, like, I was starting to figure it out. So... Definitely not top 10 for me, but, like, I don't think I hate it either. Memory shirt of striking, huh? I suppose if I'm gonna go for a Robin Hood style outfit. Oh. Cute. Micro Crow. Hi everyone. The ring outs, thankfully, or rather, not thankfully, but or rather, thankfully, are only once in a while in the fight, not constant. But yeah, I'm not fond of that either. So.
スフェン。けしかけられたトワ人たち。みんな、私が眠る前の大航大戦の時代の人たちだった。カリュクスの記憶が収められている区画だけが トダウンを免れているとして、順当に考えれば周囲に保管されている記憶は彼と近い時代を生きた人のものでしょうね。
カリョクス、君はいつから。
The first fight. God, I don't even actually remember the first fight at this point. I'm so tired.
他に何かが襲ってくる気配はないね。襲撃が途切れている今のうちに先へ進もう。
Second fight was the prisoners. First fight was the. I don't remember. Look it up.
カリュクス、おめでとう。目的地に到着だ。俺の記憶はそこの制御装置につながれている。トワビトを作る研究の最初期に定められたいくつかの大原則、それによっていかなる記憶も複製はできない。おかげでこれきりではあるけど、報酬に異論はないよ。俺にとって記憶とは自己そのもの。増殖はごめんだ。お前たちはこれを壊すために、俺は鍵を奪還するために。手っ取り早く決戦を始めようか。
君と戦う覚悟はできてるよ。絶対に負けたくないとも思ってる。
But
ただ同じ時代に生まれた者として最後に確認させて。君はどうして進化を求めるの？永遠の先に一体何を望んでいるの？
質問の意味がわからない。
I don't understand what you mean by your
種
question.
を存続させるためのより良い道が見えている。そのためにできることが自分にある。他に理由が必要？
I'm doing this because I can.
知ってるだろう。旧来の人の生存戦略は複雑化した社会と衝突してあらゆるところでエラーを生んでいる。このままじゃ争いも冗談みたいな悲劇もなくならない。生物的な強度と発展性が同義でなくなってなお、心臓が止まれば全ての可能性を手放すことが必須なのか？さすがにもうそんないびつさは解消されるべき頃合いだ。そう思ったから実行に移した。それだけだよ。
まっすぐすぎるんだよ。あの頃からずっと。私も私の望む未来のために君の計画を打ち砕きます。
I will destroy your plans for the sake of the future that I hope for.
これ以上アレクサンドリアのみんなを傷つ
なら始めよう。お前を倒す存在をここに呼び下ろす。
なんですって。
It's an awfully complicated
これは
magic circle there.
なんだこれ。寒い。いや、もっと何か力が抜けて。
The hell's going on?
今のアレクサンドリアにはある思いが蔓延している。死への恐怖。生きとし生けるものをやがて飲み込む永遠の闇への恐れ。さあ、見せてあげるよ。
間に合った。間に合った。
The hell, dude?
4999だ。こいつはさっき4999人だと言っていた。
Oh, here begins the.
間に合ったんだ。これで利用登録さえ済ませれば。
Dude just murdered this little dude for his thing.
これで死から逃れられる。もう恐怖に押しつぶされることもなくなるんだ。
黒いレギュレーターをご着用の皆さん、おめでとうございます。
Oh my god.
利用登録者数が5000人に到達しました。約束の日が間もなく実行されます。
くそー。
Oh, he's not dead. Okay.
死にたくないんだよ。そんなの俺だって。
Oh, what's happened to him? Or what's happening to him, I guess I should say.
黒いレギュレーターをご着用の皆さん、どうぞ死を想起してください。その恐れこそがあなたを消えざる永遠にするでしょう。その祈りこそが死を支配するものを生むでしょう。
The first line was actually mentioned. Those of you who have the black, the neo regulators, and then think about death.
なんだ。
They're all gonna like explode or some crap probably.
一体何が起きてるんだ。
Yeah, I'm with bleeding the green there. I'd be running too. That's true, we have.
エーテルの確保は簡単だ。リビングメモリーを稼働させていた雷力を回せばいい。あとは人々の思い、願い、祈りでそれを形作る。が、そのやり方では不確定要素が多い。俺が欲しいのはお前を確実に倒せる存在だ。だから 我流ながらイデアを引いた。途方もない作業だったよ。結局直前までかかってしまったけど、まあよしとしよう。すべては今ここに揃った。さあ走れ。
Another floating platform.
何あれ。神下ろしの術式、加えてイデアだなんて、一体どこで覚えてきたのかしらって。
Yeah, it sounds familiar to me too, but
これを持っていて。
these would be yes. Hello. Been a while since we've seen these.
人々の祈りと願いによって生み出された偽りの神だ。その霊輪を手放してはいけないよ。心を焼かれて虜にされる。
My little brother, so smart.
改めてお相手を願おうか。
You are the worst version of Doogie Howser ever.
勝ってからにするんだね。
The Ageless Necropolis. Oh, this one can be done by support too, huh? During this quest, and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you're normally able to select. I want to try it, but I'm so tired. But you know what? F it. I'll give it one shot, and then if I win or lose, I'm done for the night, I think. Because me and Wook as tanks, Graha and Alphonod. This boss kind of feels familiar, but I can't tell from what. Alright, here we go.
死から逃れられない。それがお前たちの限界だ。
Fear of death, huh?
闇よ、そいつらを道連れにしろ。そこだ。
Oh, dang, that was fast.
What?
ほら、死が目の前に来てるよ。次はこれだ。殺せ。やっつけるわよ。邪魔だよ。殺す。もう痛くないぞ。交わる恐怖が世紀を蝕む。何を。エーテルに返してやろう。そろそろ倒されてもらうよ。
How about no?
俺がやる。
生命にとっての最悪は死を受け入れることだ。
Rising fear of death? Oh, goodness. I hadn't even noticed that before.
永遠の闇に飲まれて沈め。
Okay. We've escaped the abyss. Oh my goodness.
しぶといな。厄介だがまだやりようはある。そこだ。抗わない者に死は似つかわしい。
Relentless reaping. Okay, that does sound fun.
策は用意してある。殺そう。
Seasons of Blight. Dang it, I wasn't fast enough. Oh, what? Come on. Dang it.
不毛な争いだ。そこだ。抵抗は無駄だよ。
魔女のどうやたるゆえ見せてあげるわ。
一度生じた死の恐怖は際限なく増大する。
What the? Oh, okay.
交わる恐怖が世紀を蝕む。
God, for a second I thought it was like, nope, we're just gonna kill you, insta-kill you right now by pulling you off the platform. God. It's like, I'm out of the way, saving my friend from getting hit by the damn thing. Oh my god.
エーテルに返してやろう。
ありがとう。
いけるわ。
抗わない者に死は似つかわしい。策は用意してある。殺そう。そこだ。 抵抗は無駄だよ。
Oh my god. Oh, I should do those this weekend. If I have the energy. Oh. Oh my god. I'm glad I did that, but oh my god, I'm tired. Oh man. I still have my two lives. Okay, yay. What's got is okay, after this stuff ends, I think I'm done for the night. Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember that now.
やったのか。
I don't think so.
今のうちに制御装置を。
Nope. Of course not.
疲れた。
壊せばいいとは言ったけど、自衛しないとは言ってない。なるほど。強さは一概に測りきれないということか。けど、それも想定内だ。
何をしたの。
笑い草だ。しでかした本人たちが気づいてないのか。お前たちは一度奴を殺した。死の恐怖から生じた存在が恐るべき死を体験したら、より強い力を得るのは道理だよ。
Oh god.
まただ。体に力が。
A Dark Star. He's not a doctor, he's technically an
こ
engineer.
の世界に満ちる雷のエーテルが尽きるまで何度だって再召喚することができる。抗うだけ無駄だ。
Once again, worst alternate reality version of Doogie Howser ever.
結局、人が死を恐れる気持ちはこれほどまでに強いということさ。お前ですら打ち破ることはできなかった。だが、死との戦いは俺が続けよう。記憶が残り続ける限り、命は永遠に失われることはない。俺は人類にそういう世界を約束するよ。
記憶が残り続ける限り、命は永遠に。 わね。そういう意味じゃないんだ。生きている人に肉体の死は怖くないんだって言い聞かせてるわけじゃないの。残されてしまった人が寂しくても生きていくための言葉。知ってるよ。だって戦争の時に何度も何度も聞いたから。シェール、お願い。町の人たちに私の声を届けて。
おい、俺がわかるかなあ。ヘ何が起きてんだ。こいつら無事なのかよ。
どうなってしまうんだこの国は。
アレクサンドリアのみんな、少しだけ耳を貸してほしい。
なんだ、放送か。
この声。
死は怖いし悲しい。全部忘れて目を背けたいという思いも、永遠の命を得て安心したいという願いもよくわかる。だけど私たちは今たくさんの記憶を抱えてこの世界に生きている。
Fighting belief with belief.
不安に押しつぶされそうになって闇に心を預けたくなる夜があっても、私たちが諦めずに生き続けていれば世界は夜明けを連れてきてくれる。あなたが生きる始まりの朝に大事な人たちの記憶が寄り添ってくれる。
The twins, yeah, no, they you kind of do.
だから忘れないで。人の死を恐れず生きて繋いでいこうよ。そうやって懸命に生きたあなたの記憶がまたいつか誰かの朝にそっと寄り添うから。
Good. I didn't want to have to fight it again. Actually, didn't want to have to fight it again if I could help it.
なんだこの反応。イレギュラーの要因はあいつか。
If they, please don't.
は
解除しろ。
Nope. F you. I am a paladin, and I'm not gonna let you hurt anyone. F you.
させるかよ。
記憶を複製できないとも言ったけど、移動できないとは言ってない。
Oh Lord, he's getting away. So we are doing the fight again, just not manually.
ここは私たちが預かるわ。あなたはどうにか制御装置を。
Get it. Get it, Lamachi. Oh, Jesus. The smiles of everyone. Everyone smiles. Combo attack. Get him. Where's Celessa? Ah, there we go. Come on. I'm a paladin. I got charge. Come on. Oh, I hate that. There's no way to know. I hate that. Oh, that's cool. That is actually cool to hear. I'll have to look that up later then. He's gone, but doesn't necessarily mean he's dead. Our hands. Sweet. But that is cool that they did a unique animation for everyone.
1箇所や2箇所で済んでくれれば幸運な方だよ。おそらくこの後熱も上がる。急いでトライアルに戻って呪術院にも見てもらおう。
約束守ったぜ。
Oh man. Oh man.
ありがとうダマチ。
Alright, I'm gonna stop here because I have the feeling this is gonna turn into more long animation and such. And it's 2:26 here, so. So, thank you everyone for watching and sticking with me for Jesus 5.5 hours. Really appreciate it. It was nice to do this. It's been a while since I've done this. I should be back on Sunday morning, local time, Saturday night for East Coast and West Coast folks to do more Gal Guardians on Switch. And then next Friday for more MSQ for Final Fantasy XIV here. Until then, thank you very much for watching. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. And I will... yeah, thanks. I'll get some sleep soon. Take care, folks. Have a good night. And I'll see you hopefully soon. Excuse me. Good night, everyone.